Alright, folks, welcome back. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第295天 is day 295. Yesterday went pretty well. Still getting a little used to some of the simplified, like they kind of feel like simplified characters, basically. Which one? This one. Ugh. And so we have Kong. Kong is whole. And Yen. Resentment. Alright. Just those two. Not too bad. Kong is what we're using to try to reinforce Kong. And Yen is the contrast between Nu and Yuan. Alright, let's get into our lessons.
土匪
Interesting. Soil bandit. Soil bandit. Alright. On top of lawless soil. Okay.
土匪
Okay.
芝麻
Chirma. Sesame. Oh, interesting. They use ma, a silence ma, or sesame. Yeah. This type of ma is non-specifically for a lot of these type of related things.
芝麻
Chirma.
大棚
Peng. I don't understand how this is greenhouse, but it is a big shed. A polytunnel? I don't know about a polytunnel. Dang.
大棚
Oh, this one could be trouble.
知识
Zhishi. Yeah, it's supposed to be transliteration. This word's primarily in mainland China. Yeah, the Taiwanese equivalent is Qi. I like it. See, this is what I'm thinking of. Qi. Yeah, Qi would be those would also be the characters that it would default to. Or cheese. Yeah, 自是 I'm not so sure about that. Or yeah, 自是
知识
that's gonna be tough. Although I'm making a big deal about it, so I'll be here now.
逗趣
逗趣逗 Right, the beans. Wait, what does the beans have to do with the road? Oh, he came in from the road. The T's. 逗趣 逗处 逗趣 Chi is interest. His interest is to amuse. I thought maybe intrigue. I'm not sure if this branches off to intrigue. Like to intrigue. It kind of reminds me like intrigue, enamor, kind of that too, but to amuse. I'm not sure how often I'm going to use the word amuse. Keep that on the tab.
逗趣
Oh, whoops.
芝麻逗趣
Chi.
知识
知识 Problem.
大棚
Apple.
土匪亲吻
亲吻 Kiss, relative kiss. Interesting. Alright.
亲吻山崩
山崩 Mountain bone collapse landslide. That's fair.
山崩吻别
When dear kiss goodbye. That's interesting. When don't know if you'll ever meet again. Yeah, when dear. When dear.
吻别
Yeah.
仙境
仙境仙境 Boundaries of immortality. Fairyland? Wonder Paradise? Oh, that's interesting.
仙境沙哑
Jaya. San and Ya. Mute. Hoarse. When your voice is harsh. Hoarse. Yeah, it's like sand stuck. Yeah, okay. Raspy, husky. Okay. Fair enough.
沙哑
That describes my voice right now, actually.
沙哑山崩亲吻吻别
When be
仙境甘甜
甘甜脆脆
甘甜毒剂
毒剂 Poison dose. Okay, toxin. Okay.
毒剂牛棚
牛棚小学
牛棚铝
Oh man, there are so many associates. Convergence, combine, mix, merge, enterprise, association group, form. Ooh, another associate. This time, associate. Okay, associate. All right. I'm okay with this. Well, there's quite a lot of companions, partners, and associate in that way too. This one's okay. Lu, you don't look like a Lu. What do you look like? Kind of look like a Yi. Oh no, wait, you do look like a Yi, Lu. The recent Lu. Or spine. So, yeah, that's fine. It's in the basement of the house. In front of him is Slenderman, his associate, who is displaying to him the various spines he has found that may fit for a king to wear. Okay. Kind of links up with the other spine that he's decorating with luxurious items, I suppose. 情侣. Fair enough. 相侣. How? Okay. I'll think about it later.
旅
Nah, that doesn't look very well like an associate. Dang
Doll.
it. Doll. That does look like a doll though. Yeah, very much so. Dracula is in front of the barn. In front of him is a mouth that won't stop chattering. Dracula is sick of it, picks out a sword and cuts the chattering mouth in half. Then he throws the two halves to the cows for them to eat while he himself licks the leftover blood from the... I mean, it's just another person. Just imagine it's another person, you know, a talking mouth. Liao? Yeah. Oh, that's not the same. I thought it was Liao. Maybe they would do like Liao Dao. But that's a Lao. Interesting. I was thinking of chat. Like Liao Tian, right? Liao Tian, and they just put like Dao Liao or Liao Dao. Or maybe even like numerous chatting, right? Like a chatter, it's like chattering, very talkative. So maybe something like fan dao, or dao fan, numerous chatting, or something greater. It's another term, another character. Okay.
甘甜 毒剂
Oh.
刀 牛棚
牛棚
旅
Alright.
旗
Qi, to pray. Oh, we finally got pray. Is there any other form of praying? There's worship. Like, qi chong or chong qi, maybe? Worship plus pray? Kirby is inside the living room of the house, getting ready to pray. He gets a hoe and hangs a suit on it. It puts it in the middle of the living room before getting on his little knees and praying. He is praying to the suited hoe gods of a word. Sorry, I'm still adjusting to daylight savings time. This is not gonna work out for me. Huh. I have no idea. Yeah, this one is rough. Kirby is inside the house. Wearing an uncharacteristically in a suit. I'm getting ready to go to a prayer service. He spells prayer? No. Prayer service. Where one of his companions fell to the hoe. That kind of sounds like Xena and any other warrior, really. This might be a problem. Pray for blessing. That's pretty good.
齐斩
John. The chop. Alright, oh, this is gonna be a bro. James Bond is in the basement of the pawn shop, where there's a large car store. Unfortunately, there's no other way to get the car out other than chopping it into two. That's the entrance is too small. How did he even get... Oh. James Bond is in the basement of the pawn shop, getting some second-hand high-tech devices for his next mission. It is a foldable, I guess it's a portable hoe that can chop through anything, and small, compact to store in the car, in his car. The behead. John Shoal. Oh, hey, yeah, John Shoal. John Juan. Drop off. Okay.
斩
John. Okay.
固
Ooh, to hire. Okay. If he's in the bathroom of the house where he lives, he has hired a turkey to be his bathroom attendant. That sounds goofy. And it sits, oh, that kind of sounds like Yoshi though. And it sits docilely in the corner by the door, where he gets up to exit the bathroom. The turkey does what he was hired to do and opens the door for him. What a goofy job. I'm fine with that, I think. Yan.
固八
Born. I mean, it looks like a ba because of 8. Okay. Bart Simpson is in front of the auditorium trying to get some spare change to buy some soda. He has a horn that he plays with his mouth in front of some audience members that are lining up. Someone comes up and tips him some fins. Ooh. And Bart gets so mad at not getting money that he hits that person with the horn right in the mouth. Okay. So Bart is in front of the auditorium. Performing some street, I don't know, gag maybe. He trying to draw attention by blowing a horn with his mouth, and eventually manage to wrestle 8. We're gonna use 8 in this case. $8 for soda. $8 for soda is a lot. Some fins for some soda is fine. Really? Laba? Huh. Laba.
发汗
Hun. Oh. Drought. I thought it meant more like hot or dry. There is dry there. Hun. Does it look like any hun? Kind of. The closest hun I can think of is sweat. And then there's dry as well down here. In this case, syringe. Harry Potter is in the bathroom of the pawn shop in the middle of a drought. Okay, he goes to turn on the faucet and nothing comes out except syringes. Oh. The drought is so intense that the roof has collapsed from dry cracks and the sun shines through. Harry sweats profusely in his black wizard gown. All right. We're gonna use dry for the supposed to. Harry's in the bathroom of the pawn shop. Sure, in the middle of a drought. It is so dry. It is so dry at the faucet doesn't have any water flow, and the roof is cracking from the heat from sun exposure. It's fine. Wishing his summer job was done so he could go back to Hogwarts. Yeah. Han. Dry and drought. Garrett. Hanzai. Hanzai.
汗
This one's probably the worst. Ah! It's T. I don't know why I didn't know.
故
That one's suspicious.
展
This one is sort of questionable. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Chop. Gone related to hmm.
汉
What? Oh.
八齐
Hmm. Maybe 2 or 3 if he wins. Alright, let's get into this.
"主编
他是这份杂志的主编。
见中级
中级班
Or intermediate, I suppose. Middle level is fine. Communicate very similarly.
节发言
他的眼睛发炎了。
What the?
直播
我喜欢看他的直播。
Okay.
田地
这片田地的土壤很肥沃。
Excuse me. The what? 看图儿什么 That shack. That shack is throwing me off. Yeah, we're still going. Good morning? Did you just wake up? Oh, you're at work now? Okay. How do you get a shack and a bunker? Same thing. Oh. Oh no. That's not it.
一老
Really? Hmm. Attic room, prison cell? No. It would be great though. It would check out pretty well. Hmm. No idea. Come back.
B.
Hmm.
.墓地
墓地附近有一个公园。
订单
接到订单后，30分钟后会送达。
子
What? Wait. Oh. Fine. Really? Oh. You recognize the word? Oh, neat. Congratulations, you have leveled up your game. On to our what? What? Heck. What does it say? Halfway? Probably like give up halfway. It's abandon. That's the character for abandon. Oh.
半途而废
他常常半途而废。
Whatever reason it was evil. Oh no. Honestly, I don't even remember that was evil. You recently watched a fantasy C drama? Might be why. Oh, okay. I thought this was way, but it's not. What is that fire doing? What does this even say? 九进可以消 something 细no what are you 细根 no yeah 细根细菌no oh no this is a fungus 菌细菌 This is fungus. See, so bacteria. This says, it might be, this kind of has grain alcohol could extinguish this bacteria or something. Or get rid of bacteria. Rubbing alcohol or some sort of alcohol. That helped me. Poisonous mushroom. No. This is extinguish. It's or to eliminate. Is the word, but 消 something. A halberd. I don't know where the fire is coming from. Oh wait. No. It's not. Oh, wait. It is.
消灭
酒精可以消灭细菌。
Yeah, it's eliminate. What in the world is that? I am gonna YOLO this and say, ugh! Alright, it's not that. How am I? Oh no. That's kind of sucky. That's a really basic one. It's okay. We'll find it. Nope. What in the world? It's a rake? Okay. It's oh. Wait, yeah, intermediate. Did I not type intermediate the first time? What the? I typed middle level the first time, but the second time. Sorry, the second time. Huh. Oh no, is this? I feel like this is dumb.
懂事
他虽然年纪小，但是很懂事。
Or understanding. Or sensible. Fair enough.
所
Okay. We're fine. Crises averted.
指
Oh, no, wait. We still have one more. It's this one. God, got some daggers, some hands, canopy, some legs, words, and it's not done or done. No, wait, isn't this just done?
单 最
Oh,
张力
高张力，
张力 What the 高张力 Like a leader? Long power? Stretch power? Soft power? Đông Nam.
东南亚
许多人喜欢去东南亚旅行。
I didn't even realize you watch C dramas. Fantasy C drama, huh? Is it wuxia? Is it something dealing with wuxia or dynastic? Maybe a bit of both? What period is it? Ming? Qing? Fantasy C drama.
虎
Why, yikes.
宝石
这颗宝石非常珍贵，
Huh. What? Stretch power. Oh, tension. Stretch power. Like, what the heck is stretch power? Okay. What?
“荣誉
他得到了很多荣誉。
Honor, that's fine. Maiden book. No, it's not that. Oh, Korean bookshelf. Wait, or is that supposed to be a top hat? It's a bookshelf, right? Oh,
租金
交付租金，
墨镜
他戴着墨镜，
灯塔
海边有一座灯塔，
yo, what?
薯片
这些薯片很脆，
Heck. Vibrate? Oh. Heckin' Jun. What is this? Didn't finger. I thought it was sh. Oh, maybe it's
头
okay.
藏品
这是他最珍贵的藏品。
斜坡
这个公园有一个很长的斜坡。
添加
我们需要添加人手。
The devastation. All right. Oh, is it? Oh. Man.
增添
新的成员为团队增添了力量。
Devastation, you wake up early. So, what type of C drama are you watching?
戏院
我们今晚要去戏院。
Theater. That's how I spell theater, by the way. Theater. Exactly.
月饼
你吃过月饼吗？
四季
四季循环。
大西洋
大西洋的水很冷。
What the Oh.
镇
Man. The Untamed. Oh, I'm familiar with that one actually. Or I've seen it. I've seen the thumbnail. I've seen the thumbnail. Now I have an idea. I see. That's a really trendy, currently trendy one. So you're on to the mainstream. You're a mainstream C drama watcher. Dang. It's been a while since I've seen a C drama. I watched a donghua recently. Not a donghua, but a donghua, like an anime, which was a fantasy as well, fantasy anime. Well, most of the stuff that comes from China tends to be a fantasy C drama. You also watch Love Between Fairy and Devil. That sounds about right. Those titles exactly encompasses what makes C drama like very identifiable. You watch whether it ends up on Netflix. I see. That's where I saw it, by the way. The thumbnails for those shows. It was on Netflix. The Untamed was on like a Netflix landing page. The anime that I watched was the Diabolic something of it's basically very similar to like Love Between Fairy. Wait, I don't know what the translation is. The Master of Diabolism. It was suggested by someone who I haven't talked to in a while, in some time now. It's kind of like a wuxia thing, but never heard of it. Yeah, it's one of the bigger donghas, like Chinese anime. This is a voucher, a lottery ticket, I think. You sure? I thought it was. No, I'm pretty sure this is a lottery ticket. Of course, it's a lottery ticket. Now, what's the word for voucher? Oh, maybe like
彩券
by Chen.
证
Crises averted. Once again.
帮午
傍午是最热的时候，
诊断
他被诊断患有肺病。
Have you ever been interested in learning Mandarin? Wait, haven't we already talked about this? Was it when I was doing this is when we first met, like 3 days ago? Man, it's already been 3 days. 3 or 4 days? Oh, we haven't talked about it? Okay. Because we didn't get a chance, because I was doing the Wanikani, oh, the 300-day review, yeah. We were on the 300-day review. I was doing the Japanese thing. Have you ever been interested in learning Mandarin? You think you were interested at some point and you have always been interested in Mandarin. Ah, I see. Yeah. I'm not sure if Netflix have Cantonese programming or mix. Oftentimes, a lot of the entertainment stuff actually comes out of Hong Kong. So it could be Cantonese. At some point, you thought about becoming a Mandarin English translator? I see. Yeah. It's... when I was growing up, it was very difficult to find Mandarin programming most of the time. It's usually Cantonese. It's usually Cantonese programming. It was brief, but it was brief. That's fair enough. You gotta be, you know, entertaining about the possibilities. Right? I wanted to be a film director when I was in high school. Most of that stuff, the moment I left the nest, the next 15 years was dedicated to science. And then now I do most of the things I did in high school. So, I don't know. Like I draw, that's what I did in high school. I compose and analyze music, what I did in high school. I did a little bit of it in college as like extracurriculars, but most of the stuff I did in high school was like creative writing, all the stuff that is unbecoming of a Chinese son. It used to be in the harmony and draw in the high school. Yeah, I used to play. I was a violinist in the school orchestra, so I played music. I actually had film class in high school. I took film class. So film class, creative writing, plays, speech, reading, and music. Those are the things I used to do. You were a clarinet player for about 4 months. I think I stuck with the violin for 9 years. It's 9 years, give or take. At some point, I also picked up 2 guitars, but that was a much lesser event. I wanted to do something else outside of like doing this. So So I was thinking of doing some recording and stuff for most of the things after were music theory and stuff. So basically I use that now all the time because that's what we're allows me to connect with other people. So whenever someone tells me like, oh yeah, I really love this movie or this TV show, I use most of my knowledge that I've had from high school and on to talk about those things and try to elevate their favorite thing. Because if someone tells you to watch something and it's their favorite thing, you can apply a lot of things that you can point out and they probably noticed it already. Maybe not in a technical standpoint, but it's very useful when you're able to decompose and analyze things like writing composition, plot development, common character staging mechanics, motifs, and I used to do that a lot. It was one of my favorite parts about English, developing English. Learn how to use English and wield English in various medium. I liked imagination though, largely because there wasn't any passion in it. I already mentioned that in our discussion, but passion came much later. Nowadays though, all that stuff look like it's very passionate, when I draw something, it seems like it's coming from somewhere that isn't following some sets of rules and stuff. There's a lot of human parts in it. When I was younger, it was very farmer-like. Most of the things are farmer-like. You always wanted to learn a third language, but you thought two were already enough? Oh really? What's your second language? French? There is a French person here, or a person who's really interested in French. You might end up being the second reason to do French. Your first language is technically French, your second's English, yeah. Technically my first language is Hua, but it's only taught through it's only acquired through speaking because there's no official, it's not an official nationalized language. But you speak more English so much that you've forgotten your French sometimes. That's fair. That's fair. I have a mandatory use for my mother tongue, so generally speaking, it's more like limited vocabulary than the ability to forget things. Yeah, we have very limited ability. But going in and out of different languages is a standard practice for me. I'm not the one to criticize the previous generation for speaking like Spanglish and whatnot. I'm the guy that has the glish thing going, while the others are limited. Also the hybrid language. Okay, what are you? What are you? That rice, though. So we got the moon, we got a headstone, and some rice. I thought it was Hui, but it's not Hui. You're interested in Japanese as well? You listen to an online Japanese radio station sometimes? Nari Crow. It's based in Kobe? What does that stand for? Radio Crow? Oh, I get it. I get the truncation. Oh, that's got a cute name. That's a cute name. For a station based in Kobe. It's almost like a it's almost like a play on name, like sound as well. Interesting. At least I think it's cute if it's unintentional. It's on Radio Garden, but they have their own website. Ah, すごいね. Let's just take a push this, right? My best was Hui. Irma. Oh, hold up. Hang on. That helps. Wait. Sesame something. So you're telling me this is dealing with a food item. It's not that. It's not that. Not that. Oh no, now I'm going down the list. Oh no. I think we're gonna go. No, that's not it. I'm misreading the second character. Oh no, I'm not. That is Sesame. Huh. Oh. I thought you were supposed to be studying, you little. Oh, you don't know what that means? You only see it using in this dessert name? Yeah, yeah. But it is a dessert, so... Huh. Lunch break for a while, gonna continue a bit later. Oh, okay, okay. Good. Good that you're taking... Also knowing how to take breaks. You like listening to them talk whenever they have talking shows. It's strangely cozy. That's fair. It's also the great attraction of the rise of podcasts, right? Especially when you have something like a physicist trying to regale you in the intricacies of the vastness of our universe. You might not quite, you know, much like a person speaking a different language, you might not quite comprehend it, but it's strangely cozy and comforting, despite the idiosyncrasies and esoteric nature of the conversation that they're having. Language barriers otherwise. We're just gonna come back. Oh,
Ooh.
it's who? Oh no. I wasn't expecting that actually. I noticed something, it looks like a who, but I don't know what that means. The characters look like a who. It's not Lake. Wait, is it Lake? There's no way it's Lake. Yeah, I already know what Lake is. Man, that is a surprise. That is a big surprise.
刚
It does happen a lot. It does happen more often now. You just know what the character is, like what the character sounds like by what it looks like. It's not that uncommon.
中
Or it's becoming less uncommon.
牵头，
这次活动是我牵头的。
What in No.
盗版，
他购买了盗版软件。
牵动，
这个决策牵动了整个公司。
Heck. All right, we're back here again. It can't be reckless. No. Oh, is this paste? Sesame paste. Oh, yeah, okay. It is what I thought about, but I typed Hui the first time. It's, I typed Hui and it threw me off. I'm like, wait, I don't understand. Isn't this paste? And it's Hu, yeah, Hu is paste. Oh. Zhima Hu, yeah, sesame paste. Fair enough. And I kind of know actually what type of dessert actually as well. Interesting.
薯条，
薯条是很受欢迎的零食。
Potato fries. My head was saying potato fries. My mouth was saying potato fries sounds weird.
殖民地，
殖民地被外国管理。
手，哥哥，
你哥哥几岁？
我没有哥哥。没有哥哥。你说的什么？ let's see. Well, in French, French fries in its entirety can be referred to as potato fries. It's true. It's true. I'm all for the potato fries. It actually now here's an even bigger twist. Here's a bigger twist. That actually says potato strips. And then what's even but nowadays it's just fries, yeah. But that actually says potato strips. Because potato strips is not the same as potato chips. And chips are fries. And now we come full circle with the craziness of English. When I think of potato chips, I also think of French fries and potato fries. But in Chinese, potato chips is potato chips. And French fries is potato strips. Yeah, yeah. Potato strips can be fries, yeah. That's or potato pieces. It could be interpreted as potato pieces. But usually potato strips is the closest. I'm like, oh, okay. So I'll remember that potato strips is French fries. And potato small objects are chips. Thin objects. Potato slices. It's actually potato slices are potato chips. That works in some capacity, yeah. It's the unit for sliced things. So you have potato strip units. So units that are like in cylinders. So small cylinder shaped things. And then potato slices. McDonald's here prices become more expensive, not that delicious anymore. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I guess it eventually happens, right? I don't have much to say about McDonald's anymore. When I was growing up, that's what my family, like my family, whenever we had some time, we buy like breakfasts from McDonald's. Dude, trapped you was eating McDonald's tonight. Yeah, so there was, you know, when I was a lot younger, and what I mean is like 30 years ago. 30 years ago, McDonald's were fantastic. Like it's childhood stuff. Like it was so cost effective. Like, you know, the standard rise of fast food change. It was incredibly cost effective, and in order for my family to like make good with time and stuff, my parents, I still remember my parents going to McDonald's to get a big breakfast. So it's just your sausage, your 2-egg, like the flat egg but scrambled egg thing, and a biscuit, right? Biscuit and hash brown. And we used to eat that quite often. And then Big Macs and fries. It's fairly convenient because it was very cost effective. It was the whole idea of, I don't know if you watched a movie called Founder. This is taking place in Founder. The idea behind McDonald's is kind of no longer the idea of McDonald's anymore. The original fast, convenient, and for the locals. Now it's more like inaccessible, and then it doesn't it's not as compelling to offset the potential of healthiness. So I understand a lot of people are gonna say, oh, ew, like it's unhealthy and processed, like, but you're getting a trade-off. The idea is, in a balanced meal, in a balanced lifestyle, you have a combination of convenience in which your body can handle versus overeating. So that's a very different thing. And McDonald's used to be a place where if you have a really, really busy lifestyle, you can at least feed the calories and not break the bank as well in it. So when I was growing up, that's the pragmatic usefulness and enjoyment that isn't simply taste and health that's involved with McDonald's in my lifetime. Nowadays, I don't remember the last time I ate at McDonald's. I genuinely don't remember the last time I ate at McDonald's. 15 years ago? It's been a while. It has been a very long time. Inflation sucks. 10 chicken nuggets nowadays. It's more than $1 a nugget? Wow. Canadian, of course. Canadian. A whole meal is $17.50 Canadian. Dang. That is a lot. Yeah, inflation. I kind of made a joke about inflation yesterday near the end when we were talking. Yeah. Times have changed. Like, my parents operate a restaurant, right? So I can tell you that the chicken wings, right? Chicken wings is something they sold a lot because of the demographic that they have. And the type of chicken wing and the thing that they have to prepare, the chicken wing, the process that they prepare, my parents could sell at $4 a wing now in this day and age. And that would be a reasonable price. 30 years ago, when I was still around, yeah, you have to know that the process that goes into making the chicken wing is very cost effective, but it's very labor intensive. So nowadays, the businesses models have changed. That has changed to cut costs. So they can still sell wings lower than $44 a wing, but the labor and the quality of the wing would be lower. So if you're talking about like a $2 wing, corners have to be cut to maintain the $2 wing. 30 years ago, that labor hasn't changed. That's what my parents owned, and they sold it at 25 cents a wing. And we're talking about there's no negotiation. You can ask to how it's prepared and stuff, but it's the entire wing. Entire wing. It's prepped day of from on ice. It's transported on ice to the place, processed and stored, and it's consumed within 3 days. And you do that every single day. You prep them a new staggered stack every single 3 days. And then it's fried at the time of the day. So it takes 15 minutes. It's what you called, I forgot what that's called. It's double fried. It's first pre-fried. I forgot what the name, it's a technique, but take your turn. And then it's fried again for 5 minutes before, 5 minutes or so before the person orders it. Yeah. And it's around 25 cents. 25 cents to 50 cents. It depends on the volume, but yeah. Nowadays, $4 a wing, that seems like it's reasonable. I'm not saying it's cheap. Like, for example, six wings that are dressed and prepped fresh would probably set you back like $14. And this is $14 USD, right? $14 USD. So you get approximately anywhere from $3 to $2 a wing. And the most profitable item my parents sold were chicken wings back then. But it's quite labor intensive. And it takes a while because the shipping and stuff, there's a lot of loss in this. Usually it's some rice dish or some noodle dish that makes up for the sell. They sell a lot of wings, but they also don't make a lot of money off. It's kind of like how Costco operates and certain other places operate in a way. They have items that bring the customers to you, and then it's the other items that typically follow up, that complements the wings, that makes the money. So crazy. And I absolutely love eating chicken wings. I just didn't eat a lot of it because I do be a chunker by the time I'm an adult if I were slamming back chicken wings. But it was really wonderful. It was unadulterated, constantly rolling chicken wings. And it was a American Chinese restaurant. But because of the location, my parents focused on stocking items that were sold the best. And fried chicken wings was... You like spicy chicken wings? I see. What type of spice do you like? It's quite a myriad variety of spicy chicken wings. Let's see. Is this lighter? That doesn't make any sense.
大麦
大 You have a pretty good white people tolerance, even though you're not white. No, what I mean is, you can't do Asian spicy though. Oh, I was more talking about the type of spice, because not like the degree of spice, the type of spice. There's quite a lot of types of spice. Like, I'm all down to hit the local bar dive, the local dive for some like hot, Frank's hot sauce wings, and then hitting the local Korean BBQ for some, gochujang based spice, or love to go down to like Texas and get me some, southern barbecue wings, and then maybe like get a dry rub wing or something. There's quite a lot of wings. Would love to hit like maybe one day Singapore, Thailand. I have different spices, if there were any particular spicy wings you were thinking of. Tolerance is tolerance. I mean, spice levels are spice levels. Like, the levels, obviously it leads to a sensation. Like, are you a last dab kind of person? Type of spice, you don't really know how to describe it. I see. Is it wet or is it dry? Are you talking about a spicy wing that is a like a saucy wing, or a dry rub ring? That's one that can divide the spices, because there's dry spice, right? Well, you guessed dry, not saucy. No, okay. Interesting. Dry limits the type of spice that could be in there. Now we're talking more like paprika, probably. If you're saying you have a pretty good tolerance, maybe like something Cajun spice or paprika. Probably not of the Szechuan peppercorn variety. I would love to share, like, go to a wing place and invite paprika and chili powder, you suppose? I see. That's solid. That's a solid base for a dry rub. And then throw in some earthy notes like black pepper, either black pepper or some garlic powder. Garlic powder for the umami, and then black pepper for the earthy thing to bring out some of that paprika and chili powder, right? Maybe put a side of a cooler dipping sauce on the side to like complement it, to give it another texture. So like some sort of slightly creamier sauce, so like a honey mustard or something, where you can dip it momentarily, get that wetness, and then you get the spiciness. But you weirdly found out that you have a severe intolerance to barbecue chip rub and barbecue sauce. Oh, okay. Allergy intolerance to it. Barbecue chip rubs. Could be honey. Since you already have paprika and chili powder as things that you eat, it could be the honey. Depending on, I mean, it's hard to know what barbecue chip rub or barbecue sauce you're using, but typically they use some sort of organic honey. It makes you have severe food poisoning. Ooh. I would say it's a bee product. Like a bee product that would create something like that. Obviously, this is not medical advice. It's something that has happened a lot, and typically like a honey allergen would be statistically more common than saying like some synthetically made household product, like whatever they use to generate the spice. Spice allergies, I feel, is a little less common than like things coming from honeybees or a pollen source of something. Although certain spices are quite exotic. I'm not sure how exotic barbecue chip ingredients can get. You don't know? It's so weird. Happened out of nowhere, like recently. Did you develop this? food allergy? Like as you're getting older type of allergy? Is this an aging allergy? Like you've eaten this stuff before and it just happened now? Yeah, age does weird things to allergy, to like a tolerance. I'm saying allergies because oftentimes age is related to tolerances, tends to present themselves like allergic reactions. And the severity often either they change over time for aging properties. Like some people used to eat shellfish and then suddenly they can't. No, a few years ago, ate 2 burgers with barbecue sauce in them and puked a few hours. It could be anything in that case, I suppose. Did you go back and eat the same burger without the barbecue sauce? And you're like, yes. Or it could be unlucky that you got food poisoning. Then tried some ribs with the barbecue sauce a few years, happened again. Oh, well. Well, that does scream barbecue sauce. Interesting. You know, it's time to avoid some barbecue sauce. Oh no. Is it meow? Wait a minute. The appearance? Ceremony appearance. Ceremony.他们对客人很oh, like proper. Yeah, polite. Yeah, proper. 礼貌. Sorry, stop letting me sidetrack you. Oh no, that's fine. Then you ate barbecue chips a year or 2 later and got sick again? Oh boy. No, that does sound like it. I guess it's time to avoid the barbecue. What? Pretty easy. You already rarely eat barbecue flavor. I see. So it's not a big deal. I'm not entirely sure what type of barbecue flavor you're talking about, but I imagine it's... I'm trying to guess what type of barbecue, because those barbecues are not the same, right? Like they're incredibly different barbecue, but I'm guessing it's the ones that deal with honey and a citric acid thing. Is that not a lie? It's not.
礼貌，
他们对客人很礼貌。
What? Hmm.
斑
It's mostly the dark red. I see. The HP ones, the one used for ribs and okay. I see, I see. Well, good news is if you really want, you can give Korean barbecue sauce a try. It's kind of it's a kind of a similar color too. I don't necessarily think that they have the biggest overlap in ingredients though. Not that I'm asking you to like take that risk, but it is an option. Doesn't seem like you're gonna miss it much though.
Man.
Another like fairly big dark red barbecue sauce is the barbecue sauce that goes in chashu, like roast pork. So that's in Chinese cooking. Chashu has a barbecue sauce that happens to also look like dark red. And that one might have like pineapple as a source of acid. So pineapples could be a thing. Fruit tolerance is a thing too.
足球
他们正在踢足球。
Oh, what? It's not that. Heck!
击剑
我想试试击剑。
I got nothing on. I don't like getting them wrong? No, that's just my for entertainment response. That is my for entertainment response. I'm being overly dramatic intentionally. Yeah. Bundle. Where does the shellfish come? Ta chang chang to something. Ooh da sao. Oh no, that doesn't help. Oh wait. No. Okay. Where am I getting hung up on? It's probably the soul part. Soul and the shellfish. The soul and the shellfish is... Oh, maybe 偷懒。
偷懒，
他常常偷懒不打扫。
食材，
食材。
高质量的食材。
嗯，
懒得，
我懒得做饭。
互信，
我们的互信很重要。
啊。Okay. What the？ 这是什么字？像手术，something 像手术。纵向所述。
综上所述，
综上所述，我们需要更好的沟通。
The heck？ 纵向所述。Like in summary？ 更像手术。Fair enough。
增，
I was surprised by this one. Heck! Ah! Alright. That was not great.
善，赏，
Oops, reward, not award. What is the deal with this? I really thought it was... Heck! What is that? Oh no. Wait. No, it's not my... What in the world? I have no idea. Oh, weird. No? Really?
品质，
这件衣服的品质很好。
What?
吸，
Like recognize? I swear, what is going on? I gotta check if I made a typo on that. Stork and what? Stand in dirt.
乐，
Oh my gosh, it's Le. Okay.
披风，
风吹动了他的披风，
致， 忙
It， was a typo. Okay. I was going down everything and I ruled out typo there. Ooh.
书档，
书架上没有书档。
So is this a typo? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure I... Heck? What in the...
变， 中，
We're getting there. No. It's like familiar, similar, no. Yeah, recognize. Familiar. Alright. What is up with you? Speak to me. I have some bamboo and some gloves. At first I thought immediately was gay. Like gay ni gay wa. Which I'm pretty sure I didn't typo. Okay. Alright. What am I looking at? Oh no. It's to lead. Or to effect. It's lead is fine.
E
Is this oh no, it's not. How am I not getting this one? Gloves and bamboo. I'm definitely getting those mixed up with give. It's not far. Could I be misspelling it? No. Well, this one is kind of disappointing. It wasn't the box thing, right? Yeah, man. What? What? Oh. What is going on with that one?
Xian
Oh, it's probably...
打
Wow. Chi.一趟。
去一趟
我需要去一趟超市买一些牛奶。
So now what's going on here? I really don't think it's... Oh,
劝
it is Chen. Oh no. Hold up. Chen, I think it's advice. Or advise. Okay. We're kind of pulling ourselves out of the scramble bus. Oh, this is recall. Alright. Oh, this is Xingyang. Xingyang.
新娘
新娘打扮得很漂亮。
Alright, we scrambled our way out of that. Oh no. Where did I go with that one?
后要吗
我们要么现在出发。
咨询
如果有问题，可以咨询我们。
舌尖，
舌尖是舌头最敏感的部分。
What? Uh.
训，
Oops, froggy.
懒，
What? Oh. Okay. All right. Hang on. What does eyes have to do? Where the eyes come from? Heck. All right.
疯子，
他说我是疯子。
灵感，
我找到了灵感。
我找到了灵感。我的灵感。What in the
担忧，
不要过于担忧。
oops or worry?
聘请，
他们打算聘请一位律师。
大幅度，
这次的利润大幅度增长。
What incarnation?
岗位，
这个岗位需要很多经验。
这个岗位需要很多经验。岗位。Oh no, how do you write the thing? Like, wait, 岗位. I don't know, like, kind of like a. It's a post. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Fine. Okay with that. No. Yes. What? Oh. I kind of felt like I knew what that was.
悬念，
这部电影的悬念太多了。
妙，五，
What? Ew, 我的灵感。Like it's like it's spirited away. Oh, okay. I think inspiration's fine. It's spirited. That's the word I'm looking for. Spirited. Could inspire. Become spirited. What is happening here?
氛围，
这家餐厅有很棒的氛围。
缺憾，
如果失败，那就是一个缺憾。
What is that eyeball doing? What are eyes doing? What something 你的what in the world is that? Maybe some sort of response. Doesn't make sense for that one. It kinda makes sense for that one. Nope. Oh, wrong thing. Maybe it's not related to it at all. What else we got? We have sword. Sword fins and eye. The eye is throwing me off. No dice. I think we're giving up on that one. Oh.
秒钟，
1分钟有60秒钟。
薪水，
他 他想找一份薪水更高的工作。
I don't see how this isn't Cheng. Yeah, how is that not tongue? What else could it be?
氧气、
我们呼吸氧气。
班、丁、凹凸、
这条路面很凹凸。
小、请勿、
请勿乱丢垃圾。
Oh, wait. No, that doesn't. Nope.
敏、
We worked on that. Yeah, we're giving up on this. Pun! Oh no, it's pun again! It's pun. Yeah, we need to work on pun. It's heckin' pun again. We were good with pun yesterday, actually. There was another pun. And pun again.
神仙、
神仙住在天上。
牙、巡逻、
保安正在巡逻大楼。
炸、
That was a typo.
文雅、
他的举止非常文雅。
八、
And this one's really disappointing too. Not every day that you have a soul next to a store. It's definitely not any of those either. Yeah, this one's disappointing too. Yeah? Oh, it's a armory. I wasn't thinking of armory. Yes. Yeah. He is definitely already a problem. That was gonna happen. That is definitely going to happen.
桑、
We scrambled a lot, but couldn't get to the end. Oops. Scrambled a lot. Was almost there.
秦朝，
秦朝是中国的第一朝代。
渡船，
我们乘坐渡船过河。
Excuse me? Oh wait.
成就，
我们不应该依赖陈旧的思想。
Oh.
期盼，
我期盼你的答复。
Heck.
奴，禁忌，
我们必须避免所有的禁忌。
哦，还真教。
找，妥协，
我们需要找到妥协的方法。
惨白，
病人看起来惨白无力。
牵扯，
这件事牵扯到很多人。
津津有味，
他听得津津有味。
妥善，
我们需要妥善使用资源。
What is oh
拳头，
他用拳头打了一下墙。
鱼，草稿，
我们需要一个新的草稿。
照，拳击，
他正在练习拳击技巧。
忌口，
他因为过敏而忌口。
Dang it. I lost it. I had it for a moment there. Okay.
母，朝廷，
他是朝廷的大臣。
尼姑，
这座寺庙里有许多尼姑。
哑巴，
他是一个天生的哑巴。
鞋，愁，胃，宿，是，
Oh, that's G.
化妆，
我不太喜欢化妆。
氏族，
这个氏族有很长的历史。
枚举，
老师没举了几个例子。
齿，红，眼，
All right, above average. We scrambled so hard, but the last two, the two that got hooked on is they're both kind of we practiced one. The other one we didn't practice before, so it looks like it's not holding on. But pun is. You just realized something? What did you realize? What is it that you realized? Alright. Spine. My voice sounds like someone you used to know. What is this? An episode from I was gonna make an Adele reference, but or not Adele range, Gautier. It's like, what do you think this is? A music video? Interesting. What if I told you I'm using a voice changer right now? Warren. Oh. Ooh. Uchi. I'm not, but just thought it would be a funny thought. Yeah. A voice changer depends. What does your real voice sound like? But what if I told you I was using a voice changer right now, though? Not the real voice sounds like, but what about the voice changer? What if I told you I'm not speaking English right now and using an auto translate device? Oh. Well, the way your mouth moves for one. Yeah, but I could be a ventriloquist. You know if it doesn't line up? I wouldn't be so sure. That's fair enough. I do accentuate my mouth movements a lot of times. But I wouldn't be so sure about another language, because another language's lip movement might be very similar. I wouldn't be so sure about that one. I know lip reading is a thing, but oftentimes lip reading is very inaccurate, even within its own language. I'm not sure if you've ever seen a channel that does it. Have you ever seen that fun channel where a really wild lip reading? Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about lip reading. I do make a lot of like hand gestures and animate my face to make it line up. But generally speaking, most of the time I'm talking at an angle, so it would be very, very difficult to actually know. What is this? Sun and syringe. Oh, I think those are really fun. It's sports commentary most of the time. I don't know how often you watch sports, but what this guy did, I'm not sure if the channel is still around, but what they do is they dub over the lip reading. So I forgot what it's called. I used to enjoy this so much. Like they take ESPN. Tell me, what's my real language? Russian, Romanian, Icelandic? Well, I mean, technically, 胡椒話, if我那晒講胡椒話，你咪係我係你講英文我講廣東話, right? Because you can still speak with very relatively low movement, and you still can see. You might still be able to attach English words to whenever you're speaking another language. It's very effective at still finding the language meeting the lip movement. Yeah, 胡椒話嘅英文講話，你那兩個胡椒話講話，車冇車住嘛啦。Sometimes, like when you get used to hearing a different language and looking at a different language, you can probably match it to your to the language you want. Yeah, but this is serious, you know? This is serious. We're language learning right now. I do think that though, for the most part, a nice practice in making yourself be very heard is also having accentuated facial and mouth movement. You become a little bit more animated, right? And I think that's came from the whole idea of streaming for so long. Most of my conversations and movements and reactions tend to be a little bit more dramatic. So they can be not misunderstood. Less misunderstood. Unless you're that one poker face guys like, hey guys, this is by the way, I really enjoy the pan, like the deadpan humor kind of guys. Like, guys, today I'm gonna try this viral hack. 1 cup of flour. 1 cup of flour. Like, oh, then you add several spices. Add several spices. Like the whole idea is like I do enjoy the deadpan humor people. But I don't do deadpan anymore. Like most of the time I'm pretty animated. It removes the misunderstanding, or at least it minimizes a bit misunderstanding. Now you might be thinking, if you find it easy, unfortunately, it's still not good enough. Being animated and having expression. Being animated and having expression is assuming the other person reads body language very similarly, right? And I don't know if you think of this as a good thing or a bad thing, or maybe like, it is what it is, you know, everywhere in between. But generally, when I talk to people nowadays, when I meet them, I usually spend a year, like one time in the year, I actually go out and volunteer at a anime convention. And there are times it still occurs, but anime congoers tend to be very emotional and animated. But occasionally, when you have someone who feels like it's their first time, Gen Z stare. Gen Z stare happens more than I would admit, even at a convention. Like, generally speaking, one would typically expect that when people voluntarily go to an anime convention, most of them are really excited. They're animated people. They like to be around other people, like feed off their energy, even if they're introverted, right? They're all exhausted and they're like. However, I still ended up finding at least pretty decent amount of what the internet meme nowadays refer to as a Gen Z stare, where like it's like, hey, welcome, you know, welcome to Otakon, and it's great to have you. And they're like, yep, thanks. And I'm like, are you excited? Are you happy? It's like, yeah, I am. I'm like, okay, here you go, enjoy. It's like, thanks. And you just walk away. Like, you just walk away. But the cute thing sometimes is that the person has a bounce to their step when they're walking away. So you kind of like, it's a little bit, it's slightly confusing because that is it's a new thing. I think it's a more a thing that I'm getting used to having to expect, where when you're going out, maybe not at an anime convention, you will have interactions like these in the future. And it's difficult to know if it's good or bad. Oftentimes it's different. Yeah, you experienced that earlier today when you first came in at 6 before going to bed. You were a bit monotone. I was worried you were mad at me. No. It's you know, you gotta work on it. Like it's a mutual thing. Like, it's neither bad nor good. It's one of those things that things change very quickly. I mean, they change very, very quickly. When you came in at 6, oh yeah, I was just starting, right? Yeah, I was just starting. Alright. I don't remember this syringe and sun thing. Oh, it's not. I use dry. We're using dry here. So it's hun. Yeah, but you were a bit short with you. You were worried for a sec. Short with you in what way? I'm not entirely sure if I answered anything short. I can scroll up to see what you asked me. Hey, I'm stopping by for a sec. Have a good practice session. Yeah, because you were gonna leave. That was the whole point. You said that you were just stopping by shortly. So I gave you a short response. Well, my tone was a bit unenthusiastic. I'm not convinced, but maybe that's a miscommunication. Yeah, I think in this case, I'm not gonna mince words here, but I think you're looking for the unenthusiastic. it certainly would be something that could be misconstrued, but I don't necessarily think so. Yeah, I don't think so. I disagree, but it doesn't matter now. It does actually kind of matter, but I will not. We're not gonna linger on that topic. I think you were going to bed, and you wanted more enthusiasm going to bed, in my opinion. If I had to pick anything, because I was starting my day and you were ending your day. At least I thought you were going to bed. Maybe you weren't going to bed. You were going to bed? Well, usually I assume when someone is going to bed, I'm a lot more calmer than excited. I was presuming you were going to bed based on your comment. Da什么？大鹏，清，哦。新闻，先进，不见 ，no, yes, no, 足迹。That's alright, you just wanted to make sure you weren't mad for anything, but yeah, your tone was calm when you guessed you expected it to be a perk up a bit. Okay though, fair enough. I don't excite people. I mean, I match the energy. I match the energy that I think is being said in the comment. I don't hype. I tend not to hype people when they're not hyped. That would be someone that is an influencer. Usually that's how it works. We match the energy. I think right after you was Alex and Ace. Yeah. Then we went into a long digression about language learning apps. Again, I think one thing that would probably be echoed in this is snap judgment. Probably snap judgment. If I had to lean on something. I mean, if that's what you want to do, that's probably how I'm gonna read the message. That's probably how I'm gonna read the message. Better watch out. What? Buffet. 香 What is the double hill? Oh. 香帮 加 加什么？加也加呀 Wait, yes. 甘甜 芝麻 when yeah Does the music play in my ears? Yes, it does. That's interesting. I think you're the second person to ask. It's been a very long time. Like coincidentally, in the last 2 years. Is there a reason for the repetition? What do you mean by is there a reason for the repetition? Oh, you mean like the practice? Or the same melody repeats on a loop? No, it doesn't. I mean, the same song has the same looping chorus. But hasn't, like, I think you, by coincidence, heard it shuffle onto the same thing, but there's no repeated melody. The melody is it just one song? It isn't. It's 36 songs. I think reducted, like, I think maybe you might have heard the same one. It's on a shuffle. There are 36 tracks. It doesn't sound like that. Maybe because the last track was 3 minutes and 30 seconds. I don't know. I'm not entirely sure how long you consider as repetition, because it sounds like there are only 4 or 5 repeating on a loop. No, there are 36. It just happened to be very subtly different things, but I think certain sounds sound repetitive to you because if I had to be presumptuous about this, if you think there are only 4 or 5 repeating loops, there is a chance that the last 30 minutes you were here, it could land on the same 4 or 5 tracks. But if you were here for 30 minutes, only roughly 5 or 6 tracks could have been played. So if they're repeating the same 4 or 5, it is the 4 or 5 tracks that have played so far. You haven't been here long enough for more than that many tracks. Oh, but if we go all the way back, so you have 2 hours, maybe 3 hours. If you were here the entire time, like 2.5 hours, you probably could have heard the track at least 4 or 5 times in a 36 track thing. These are very short things. So some of these are like 2 minutes and 1.5 minutes. So it cycles pretty quickly. And there's no possible way it's 4 or 5 repeating on loop. Yeah. So whether you could have heard the same 4 or 5 repeat at some time, but it's not 4 or 5 repeating tracks. It's around 36. You know. So the same melody repeats on a loop. The answer is yes. It probably does because it's on shuffle and it's on repeat shuffle. And then 36, it is actually way, like, a lot more than that. But this is because this is background music and not your typical composition. And then it probably did repeat 4 or 5 times. A singular track probably occurred 4 or 5 times at this point in 2.5 hours, because the whole playlist, it doesn't bother me, the same playlist over and over again. Why do you think it would bother me? I'm not entirely sure what you mean by how would it bother me. I'm gonna illustrate a point. You guess you're projecting because it would bother you. That's fair. That's why I'm asking. I don't know, in what nature would it bother you? Like, have you actually repeated background music in beta wave form in the back and see if it bothered you while you were studying? I'm actually genuinely curious. I'm not sure if you know or not. Because this is different from listening to lyrical music. Like, we're not listening for the sake of enjoying the music, but I'm listening. The background music is used to create an ambiance that is similar to the ambiance. It's a consistent ambiance for studying. I like taking yourself away to your study space. I'm not actually actively listening to the music. So the question is, are you actively listening to the music, or are you listening to what I'm saying? That was meant to be a neutral statement, largely because getting bothered by something like that is interesting. I think you're about the first. You're maybe the first person that mentioned it. Yeah, no, you get that. You guess if you get out of the zone of studying, which you often do because attention span problems. Which, okay, then you would want to hear different genre music, you guess? Oh, interesting. It's usually the other way around for me. You want your attention span gets refocused if you keep something that is similar. When you change to me, like it's the opposite for me, I suppose. If you change the environment, then you're changing your studying zone. Right, so it'd be more difficult to get back in the zone when you're changing your zone. Is the opposite for me. So to sustain attention is to continuously create the similar zone environment. So, however, with all that said, I don't think the music distracts me either way. So, but my inclination is that you want to create a consistent environment in order to stay focused, as opposed to distractingly create different environments over time. Like repetition. Repetition breeds habit formation. I'm not saying you do. For myself, the consistency is literal consistency. Yeah. from my experience, you are the first person who have mentioned music in this context in the last 2 years. Most people actually use background music to focus, and they cycle through the same music. Here's a funny little thing. Arguably, they actually prefer even more repetitious sounds than the music that I play. In fact, like something like this could actually distract them from studying. Sometimes I get caught up in the emotions of the music. So, and all of the music does not feature any lyrics. Most of these are either synthetic or entirely instrumental. So there are no lyrics in this either. It is quite interesting that you have a very different background in preference. The other individuals would say they would play a very steady, monotonous, repetitious thing to help them focus. It's kind of like your white noise generator or your brown noise generator. Yeah, it's interesting that we seem so different in our ways. It really is. It really is. Yeah. This is supposed to help you relax. You want to get relaxed and less engaged with the music. When you're less engaged with the music, you are more focused on the task you are studying. That's the opposite of what you mentioned earlier. To get in the zone, you're engaging yourself with a different music. That creates the opposite effect for at least myself and the people I hang out with. The music becomes a distraction. Well, you don't study things. I guess you game at the same time when you listen to playlists. Yeah, and if you get caught up in the playlist of the game, it also takes people out. You zone in and out of actively listening. Yeah, that's probably what I mean. So maybe we actually experience the same thing. Just so happens that maybe you don't listen to music that often when you're studying. That might be a thing. It might be that we actually do have the similar ways. Is our experiences don't overlap too often. Yeah, people play background music, but they usually play background music in which it doesn't distract them from the thing they're doing. So like when you're gaming, right? Whenever I ask someone, hey, don't you just love this track? And they're like, what track? Like the track that played 5 minutes ago. Which one is that? So when they're in the zone, they don't fade in and out of active listening. They stay in the zone and they rarely notice the things around them. That would be like doing the zoning thing. And I do too. I actually don't know how often a track repeats or selects itself. It's kind of close to brown noise. But you always play music at 100% volume? Oh. Yeah, the music you hear, unfortunately, we can't really equate, but so you notice a repetition sometimes. I see. I play music at 5% volume. The thing you're hearing right now is normalized to whatever the other end is, but the music that I play, I very lightly hear over my speaking voice. I can hear the music loud and clear. That's hopefully I didn't mislead you here. The music is as loud as the voice is ringing in my ear when I'm speaking. But the reason is when I'm speaking, I need to hear myself. In order to hear myself, I need the music to be a certain thing. If it's at 100 volume, then the clarity and the ability for you to control your volume and your speaking voice will be compromised. For your auditory ability. So in order to get feedback and understanding of my voice quality and how I'm speaking and the pattern of my voice, I typically do not play music at 100% volume. Also, hearing is something that I really have a difficult time empathizing with other people. being at 5% volume might not mean that you and I hear the same amount of volume of sound. It really greatly is adjusted by the sensitivity of our ears. So oftentimes we get in, my friends and I get into that period where like, what's your volume at? It's at 10%. It's like, man, I can barely hear you. It's like, what do you mean? This is really loud. That type of thing. And for myself, it's usually on the lower end. I listen to things at low volumes, but a lot of times I also listen to things simultaneously. Like if I'm in a voice chat, I would also still be listening to something else. You know, left and right ear situation. That's true. Even with your headphones out, it always feels like it's at 75%, never loud enough. Really? But you think it's because you need new headphones? Hear me out. Let me share an anecdotal story. I'm not sure if you relate, but I want to hear what you think. Since you play video games, right? You know how when you boot up a new video game, and then the first thing I do is I turn the default volume to 10%. Nearly 9 out of 10 games, the moment I first boot up the game, I turn the volume to 10%. And it would be the loudest thing I've heard in some time. So again, you have to take a grain of salt. It could be our devices, you know, headphones and the way we can do this in order to compare is we can determine what decibel level we have. And then that's a way to compare, because percentages don't, it's funny, I made a digression about percentages. It depends on the game. Hear me out. I don't this is gonna remove the dependency. I know you were gonna say, I had a feeling you were gonna say it depends, but in video games, a lot of times it actually does not depend. Video games have a standardization for normalizing the percentage. However, it still could be an equipment thing. So equipment thing, yes. The video game thing, there's an industrial standard to how much decibel the game is being put out. I mean, you could play a really shoddy game, and a game that like a newly game where people don't pay attention to audio mixing and whatnot, and audio balance could be off. But generally speaking, games are normalized to the decibel levels. At least that's what I to know. So we don't talk in percentages now, we're talking in decibel level. And decibels are absolute. And it would be interesting to find out what your default decibel level is in your ear. I think that would be a fun thing to do between us. Just like go to a website and have a fixed decibel level play in our ears, and then we can determine what our decibel levels are, and that would give us an actual number. So I was throwing around 100%, 25%. That, unfortunately, percentages do not tell you what. Yeah, like, so hear me out. We've done this before. I've done this with my friends before. We also did a frequency response curve for our ears. So we both went, like, this guy, the goober that I'm talking about, he really likes music and he believes he has very sensitive hearing. So we were comparing. So we both went to the same website, and then we listened to the frequency curve, so we can see where our like high frequency, you would have a frequency curve, and then you see what your response is, like where the response ends and whatnot. And it's really fun. But I haven't done a volume one before, so that is really fun. We'll have to talk about it later. My day is about to end. Like, we're about to wrap this up. That would be really fun. I think we should do that. Figure out like what is our decibel. What decibel is it? If I find out, okay, I'm just I have a feeling we're probably the same, and it deals with equipment. Our equipment is different. Is probably the reason. I can tell you now though. There is one standardized sound that happens very consistently in video games, and we're talking about like mainstream video games where they normalize their like splash screen. You know how it like shows up and it's like Sega or something like that. That volume doesn't get changed like when the splash screens on big publishers, because the volume mixer doesn't kick in. Your volume like profile doesn't kick in until after the splash screen with their logos. So whenever you're playing like a Gearbox game or like a Bethesda game and stuff, the front tends to be normalized to a sound, and I get jump scared all the time by that thing, because it would be at like twice whatever their decibel level is. It would feel like it's 10 times louder than the audio I set them to. Nowadays, closer modern games load the profile before the logo screen, but it still happens. I know you're playing Minecraft. Minecraft is actually an exception because the profile is set first. When you play like, I don't know, a Capcom game, you're not guaranteed to not get jump scared by the first like splash screen on the title. And also for me, while it may not depend on the game, most of the time to record games, I actually boot them up first. I change the audio to half that for for the stream purposes. So there isn't a single game in the last 30 or so games I've played where I didn't reduce the audio by half. So whatever their percentage is, it sits at the 100 mark, the 1 mark, and on average is anywhere between 50 of that or 20 of that, and then that's the audio you're hearing now. So this background is actually dimmed by another 5 decibels. However, in video games it would be 5 decibels above what you're hearing now. And that's how I normalize my audio for my recording, like live streaming things. My voice should be approximately 20 decibels higher on average than the background music for these streams. When it comes to video games, it's only 10 decibel higher than the video games that I play. So whenever there's a video game on, the background will be 10 decibels less, which is kind of hard to illustrate what 10 decibel difference is, but decibels are on a logarithmic scale, so it would feel dramatically more than the number 10. Like going from, for example, a normalized 1 decibel to 10 decibels is a pretty big distance. So maybe decibels is kind of difficult to portray. It'll be interesting. We're definitely gonna have to do that. I do like my audio stuff, so we gotta talk about your headphones then. Oh, and by the way, I usually wear IEMs, and they're isolated IEMs, so my mic is actually dampened by a bit, largely because I would be speaking louder than not having IEMs in, because IEMs, they occlude your voice, the resonant voice. It's not pass through. And when I'm wearing headphones, I know this is like random details, but it deals with streaming and recording most of the time. Whenever I'm recording something, when I'm wearing headphones, I usually wear pass through headphones as a like open ear, like open end headphones, and not closed off headphones. Yeah, you need new headphones. Yours are old. They're like almost 5 years old. They've been discontinued for a while. Mine is too. They're Philips. They're like the Philips 2000 something. I think they are I think they're 5 years old now. They're somewhere here. And then my IEMs are 5 years old. These are Moondrop Moondrop Arias. Yours are Sony's? Oh, like an MX? Is it a wireless or the wired ones? Like one of their MX series, probably. Oh, I think MX1s came out 5 years. Now that I think of it, been earlier. Or Sony's. What are Sony lines? Yeah, I have a Philips one, and then this is a Moondrop. Hold on, you got the model number somewhere? Yeah. Cool. I don't know if you're an audiophile or not. 100 volume screams to me you're more of a rocker. Audiophile. Hear me out. I'm not saying that there's like which one's better or good. I just feel like you're the jammer type of people. You jam out to your music. And then I'm more that guy who sits in a quiet room, right? With a vinyl. Oh, a WHXB. Okay. XP700. They're relatively old. I understand. Yeah. Oh, what let me try to predict something, right? Like imagine this. I feel like you're someone who would want to feel the music, like literally feel the music, the vibrations through your body. And I'm the guy that might sit in the corner in a soundproof room and play music at the least amount of volume so then I can hear the dynamics between all the little subtle granular things in the background. Like I kind of even want to hear like the vinyl scratchy sound as I'm playing. You connect with the music a lot. Yeah, but that it's a different form of connection. So I want the crisp resolution of things, not necessarily the volume of things. Like so you don't like feeling the music in an intellectual level, like the layers of the music. So there's a different form of connection. At least that's what I'm getting the impression of, right? You vibe to music. I like study the elegance of music. Like I like music analytically. It quite a lot. Like Debussy's music is incredibly dynamic. It doesn't hit the sound roof or saturation. Now I'm kind of curious what kind of music you listen to. What kind of music do you usually listen to? We got to share some music now, because the music I listen to is not quite the same as the music that's playing in the background, so to speak. The copyright is the thing. I listen to soundtracks and orchestral pieces and whatnot. Things that silence is important. You listen to a lot of things. I don't want to sound like a Debbie Downer, but a lot of things doesn't really say. I find that very difficult to believe, but like I guess we'll see. But mostly alternative, indie, soundtracks, rock, metal, pop, rap. Now, that is very generalized. What is alternative? What type of alternative are you talking about? Or are you just gonna say a lot of things again? And in soundtracks, name a soundtrack. I'm actually kind of curious, because I do listen to soundtracks, but I can't say I listen to a lot of things. I specifically name soundtracks. So what is an example of a soundtrack that you listened to before? I'm not very well versed in the other stuff anymore. Like I'm not sure what's considered rock, metal, pop, or rap. Like rap, I can name Eminem, probably. That's the closest thing we got. Pop, probably Taylor Swift. Metal, metal. That's a tough one. Probably like new metal band, like Maximum the Hormone. You're obsessed with the Game of Thrones instrumental soundtrack, if anything? Okay. And we're talking about the HBO Game of Thrones soundtrack, right? Honestly, I can only remember the title splash screen, Game of Thrones instrumental track. I don't remember the others actually. Maybe King's Landing, at least something with King's Landing. Maybe a Winterfell theme, possibly, but I don't remember too much from Game of Thrones. We'll have to exchange soundtracks. You like movie and TV show instrumental soundtracks are your thing? I see. You have to show you a few then. Yeah. I have a lot of soundtracks too. It'll be interesting. We should share soundtracks. Definitely. I'm not sure if I can resonate with alternative indie. Indie would be like, for me, country folk, bluegrass. That would be an indie. You love making people discover new music. I'm not sure how to process that phrasing. I'm not sure about that phrasing, but yes, sharing music is a great way to connect with people. Rock. Too general. The last rock song that I listened to, probably, we're talking about recency, right? So I'm gonna qualify as rock. Oh, you know what? Let me rephrase. You love sharing music you like to people so they can relate it with you better. Yeah, that's probably a little bit better for me, because I'm not entirely sure if you ever make people discover new music. Maybe spark their interest or something like that, but I'm not entirely sure if making people discover new music sounds right. However, we'll kind of see. I'm looking forward to seeing if I haven't heard the music before. So it's fun to see when someone says they listen to a lot of things, to see how much they actually listen to a lot of things. Because that is when things get wild. That's when you lose hours and hours of, oh, hey, you know, this sounds like this, which sounds like that, which sounds like this. It's like, hey, we do listen to a lot of type of music, right? Although I typically, when I ask someone, you know, just for clarification, right? Whenever I ask someone like, oh, what type of music you listen to, it usually comes off as a really vague question. So eventually, to get to like the bottom line of this, is usually I'm asking, what have you listened to recently? Because that's usually how I answer other people's question too. When someone says like, oh, hey, what kind of music do you like? Well, due to recency, I'll tell you what I had listened to recently, right? And the most recent thing that I've listened to in terms of these things are like rap would be Dandadan. The Dandadan's opening. The Creepy Nuts. I know how that sounds, but the duo's name is Creepy Nuts. So that would be the closest thing for rap right now. Creepy Nuts. But they're more like hip hop rap. And they do it in Japanese. They're a Japanese duo. And the most recent thing, like in terms of music, the most recent music was beatboxing by a group called Gyro. Gyro is the duo, and it's actually posted on Discord sometimes. And then before that, I was listening to an a cappella group, which is Home Free. I was listening to their rendering. Beatboxing, that's unexpected? Well, here's the thing. It's going to be it's often a funny little hidden competition a lot of times. When someone says that they listen to a lot of music, oftentimes there is a very unexpected results when I tell them what I listen to. All right. And beatboxing is definitely one of them. Definitely one of them. Other than that, listening to new metal is something. Whenever someone mentions like metal, I think of new metal. So Maximum the Hormone would be something that would be unexpected. A lot of times. Yeah. Get ready. It's gonna be interesting. I really enjoy music as a pastime. So we'll have to talk about this soon. Weirdly enough, you have one maximum. Which one is it? Is it the intro to Death Note 2? Death Note 2? Or is it Choo 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 Choo? Because that one is wonderful. I would probably take a gamble, and it started with a B. Boo Iku. Oh yeah. Wait, are you referring to the album name? Oh no. Oh, interesting. Wait, is that the song that I think it is? Oh, it's not what I think it is. Okay. It's not the song that I'm thinking. Intriguing. Oh, okay. I was thinking of a different one, but that's not the one that I was thinking of. But it is also one of the popular. Like, that would be a solid one too. That means, oh, I gotta. Okay. All right. Let me finish this, and we got some music stuff to go over. Oh, here, let me share with you one thing really quickly though, and you can listen. If this is we're gonna have some sleepless nights. Have you heard? I don't know the band. Like, I just wanted to ask you. Do you know? What is this group? Pete and Bass? Pete and Boss? I don't know how to say the second person's name. So Pete and Boss. When it comes to like rap. Doesn't ring a bell? Oh, okay. This one. I think this is a hoot and a half. Oh, we got lots. Not to spoil anything. Have you ever done an activity where you would communicate your emotions to the other person by exchanging music? I thought that activity was really fun. I did this with a couple people for like a couple hours, like 4 or 5 hours, and that is a hoot and a half. Obviously we're not going to do it this time, but sharing music is amazing. All right, we're gonna finish this, and I got some music to exchange. I'm very curious. Soundtracks is TV and movie soundtracks. I'm game. I'm very game. With the person whose voice you sound like. Oh, okay. I see. Coincidentally, I see. It's starting to get a little suspicious here. Hang on, let me finish this. 道去 the 道去 yes 道去 牛 牛棚 牛棚 nothing suspicious. I see. Uh-huh. We'll exchange music while I'm eating. I eat after stream, so immediately after this I typically eat. I was eating when you woke up yesterday. Alright, so Louis is in the basement of his house with his henchman, Slenderman associate, combing through decorations for their collection of spines, right? Yeah, no worries. Too many things to go over. It will be exciting. Oh, and obviously it goes without saying, these specific tracks that I pick are largely specific tracks I screen through YouTube, like copyright tools, so that it doesn't, like, these are people who are their common creative domain tracks, so we try to tend to avoid and respect those who like monetize their music and whatnot, right? It goes without saying, there are individuals who do live. I'm not sure if you're into live streaming at all, but there are individuals who do live streams and then they delist their live streams, so they would play copyright music. It's kind of one of the areas that you are able to do it because you're not storing them. It's the live events that happen. And then there are individuals who play music, but they are not recorded onto the videos. So you can separate the tracks between the copyright ones and the things you're playing. And then when you're storing and recording them, they no longer have those tracks associated with them. That's an alternative. Yeah, so that's a clever way. I simply enjoy, I comb through creators who have a common creative license, who made a common creative pledge, and then I talk about them. So there are only 3 music producers from this track list. And they're listed in Discord as well under background. So there are only 3 music producers on this list. And usually I comb through and then continue to find creators that are starting up or doing their thing. One of them is actually a live streamer, which I found out recently. Like, this would be a track from that person. This is a recent addition, and I removed 2 others because of I didn't quite find them blending in well. So this is Conti, Liborio Conti. I don't know how to pronounce his name. I don't know what nationality this is, but he makes music for the sake of making music, which I really appreciate. All right, so we have Goofy in the bathroom of his house, having hired a turkey friend to be a doorman. Goofy enough. All right, we have Kirby, who is in the living room of the house. Oh, this one's weird. Getting ready, maybe like getting ready for a prayer circle by donning a suit. A rare donning of a suit. And a hoe? We're gonna have to work on that. Okay, we have James Bond, who is in the basement of the pawn shop looking for some secondhand tech. Right, looking for some secondhand tech. How does that work? Yeah, and he came across a portable axe or hoe that can chop through anything that will fit in his car. Yeah, I don't think the playlist is longer than 2 hours. I don't think the playlist 36 songs, but it's not 2 hours long. Let's see. And it's not on single repeat. It's on shuffle. Makes sense. Then that you notice reference. Yeah. The track. Yeah. It probably, even if it's on single repeat, it probably played over like twice already, 2 or 3 times. Now let's see. So we have Dracula, who's in front of the barn. What? Oh, yeah, and then there's like this loud, let's just say this yappy chatter, and he just took him out with his blade and then fed, while gorging on his blood, he feed the remains to the cows. Okay. Then we have Bart Simpson, who's in front of the auditorium. Oh, performing, like trying to draw attention. Trying to draw attention with a horn by blowing it with his mouth and finding some. Ended up Bart Simpson. Bart Simpsono. Barto Simpsono. Oh. Oh wait. How did you do that? Did you just look up a Japanese way to say Bart Simpson? Live caption? What's going on? Barto Simpsono. You guess that's how they pronounced it? Oh. I'm kind of curious. Let's see. Baruto, right? Yeah. Baruto Simple. Maybe like Simpson. Yeah, probably. Baruto Simpson. I'm actually kind of curious. Let me see. Are they famous enough to have it? No. Okay. Old? Katakana or Okay, for Simpson is 심 심부 심부 신수 심부 신수. I don't know what Baruto is. It's probably Baruto. Like I'm trying to get an example in katakana. Like someone tell me what watch his name just not be Bart Simpson. It could. Yeah, Baruto. It's probably Baruto. And Baruto, by the way, is another character name too. Oh no! I'm thinking of Boruto. Sorry. Yeah, it's probably Boruto. That's a cool name though. Sometimes the reason why I'm curious, one of the big reasons, sometimes the name gets replaced entirely. Like Bart Simpson's name could be like JoJo or something. It happens. I don't think it happens very often anymore, but there were like older examples. The name entirely gets changed. The name is just something entirely different. I forgot what's a good example. Hold on. Oh, I don't have a good example that we might both relate. Hold up. No, I don't. How familiar are you with Sailor Moon characters? Because all the Sailor Moon characters, all their names are slightly changed. Actually, one is very Usagi gets completely changed to Serena. If you're familiar with Sailor Moon characters, which Serena it is. Not much. You don't remember any of it. Okay. Yeah, Sailor Moon is quite a long time ago. There is a Resident Evil example, but I'm not that good with. I don't remember that much Resident Evil. But it doesn't have Simpsons on there, so I'm guessing Bart is still Bart. Have you ever watched the Japanese Lion King? It's not called Lion King, but it might as well be the Japanese Lion King. I want you to guess what the name of the quote-unquote Japanese Lion King is. And actually, which one came? The question is, I'm pretty sure... Yeah. It is a Japanese Lion King because it's based on that. Japanese Lion King. Is it the White Lion story? Yes. You don't remember the? Yeah, it's Kimba. Or Kimba. And obviously Disney then later made Lion King, and their main characters, the main character is Simba. Kimba would be a great example when the name basically changed. Despite it all, like obviously these are two different shows, but it's not so subtle. Simba and Kimba. And Simba would be weird to say. That's a weird name, Simba. There's no s. Is yeah, no s in Japanese. There is a no, there's no s. No c, only she. So it'd be like Simba. All right, hold up. French. Can you lock and load a French accent? Are you that still in touch with your French thing. Like I can't do a Asian American accent, for example. The closest thing I can get to an Asian American accent now is to read English with pinging, and that would be probably the closest. A French accent in English, you can try to do the French accent, but not great at it though. Yeah, I don't have a good like stock, you know, Uncle Roger or Stephen He situation. Like I don't like, or like a Jackie Chan spoof or something. I don't have that. Like I listen to my parents, but they don't. They do sound like that, by the way, but I don't have like an ability to do that. Your accent is very close to American actually, but someone once said they can tell you're more Canadian. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. I feel that the French side, I've been slightly to the French side. The closest I've ever done was like Montreal, and Montreal had noticeable accents, which I like, by the way. I enjoy English accents. English accents is one of the joys of speaking English or using English as a primary language, because you get so many different types of harmonics and accents with English, just at the expense of communication. Montreal is definitely the most bilingual in the province. I see. Yeah. Outside of that, coincidentally, I've been to Montreal as one of the cities in Canada. I don't have, like, nowadays I could kind of cheat, like my anchen is I'm like trying to read the English as though it had tones to see if there's a way, like, my accent is, what would a Chinese accent sound like? My accent, no, I can't do it. Yeah, I can't fake like a Asian American, like a Chinese English accent, even if I wanted to. The cheapest thing I can do is something like, this is gonna come off really weird. Like 2 for $1. That's the closest I got. Like or you so sorry. That's close. And then that's, or my father does these like really interesting idiosyncrasies, but they don't have an English word for them. He just happens to do them. Like hello, or something like that. Like it's very hollow. Like hello, yeah, hello to you too. That type of thing, right? That's, yeah. A good morning. Good morning. Like good. That reminds me of the howl TikTok sound. I think one of the things that give away a somewhat of a Chinese accent is whenever you have to say the L sounds, like the double L sounds, it feels like there's a ball in their mouth. So howl, William, Bill, right? And that's probably one of the more prominent things that I remember my parents do it all the time, because guess what? There's an R in my name. So they decide to pick names where, like, my sister and I both have R and L sounds in our name. So you can always hear it. Like Willie, you know, this is Willie hard, right? Willie. That's probably what you're gonna get. Oh, and we're talking about Chinese, obviously. So, also, Ji. So Jibwa, Jibwa guy. Sorry, I started speaking in Fujianese. Jeep. Instead of Jeep, like a Jeep, you get Jeep. So it's kind of a mix of like a ZH for every G and J. Speaking of William, you had Chinese bosses once that had a kid that they named William. And yeah, William, yeah. So hear me out. David, like, I swear, there must be some sort of conspiracy or something, but oftentimes, especially American Chinese, like Asian Americans, like American Chinese, the kids, the second gen kids who's like end up speaking English and whatnot, they tend to have names in which it triggers the Chinese accent. So like David is how you would get David. Like the is not there either. So you get David. It's kind of a little bit more of a W. So like William is very similar. There's a W in it. Isaac is another one. Isaac. What do we got? There's quite a lot, but then you get like good ones, but it's not the kid's name, it's someone else's name, like Bob. If you get them to say Bob, it's fine. It comes off like Bob, but it's already kind of like Britishy sounding, so Bob is fine. But do you find an Asian American, like a Chinese American kid named Bob? Not really. You don't find Bob. I'm obviously cherry picking, but it's funny when you think of Chinese like pragmatism all the time, and most of the kids' names, it's pretty hilarious when they just, Bob, come eat your dinner. Yeah, I don't think I've met a Bob yet. Like a Bob, second gen Asian, like any Asian. I don't think I've met a Bob yet. No Bobs. For the record, all the other names still are there. Like John, Michael, Mike. Mike is pretty good though. I think Mike is solid. I don't think there's an accent with Mike. I can go on days. This is why I like learning languages and stuff. It's fun to celebrate all the weirdness between languages. I think this stuff is endearing. It's like goober. This is what I mean by goober, by the way. I don't know if it was very clear. This is what makes goobering funny. It makes life very bright and fun because you're owning the silliness. Humans are very silly. We're all kind of goobery in our way. And gooberism kind of makes people feel younger. You know, 60-year-olds could be giggling kids when they're being a goober in a video game or something like that. And I really enjoy that. It keeps me young anyways. I'm not sure if you're in the stage where you're like, oh man, I just feel old. So you try to do something young. And being silly is definitely one of them. And that's why I say goober. Like, we're being goobers right now. As in, you particularly isn't any more goobering than me because we're being silly. And being silly makes people feel fun. The internet is starting to make you feel old. Honestly, me too. And you're younger than you. Yeah, I know. I imagine you're not quite 30, but you're definitely getting close to 30. based on what you talk about. So I'm gonna guess 29. Maybe 28. Or you might have already turned 20. You would have to be closer to me in age. So not quite 25, or sorry if age is sensitive. I just realized. I hope you are not sensitive about age. Usually from my perspective, age is something that's a celebratory, because it marks how much legacy someone has. So usually when I think about age, I think about like the behaviors and experience someone has. You're not sensitive about age at all. Okay. That because that's a cultural difference. In terms of, it's venerable how long people have lived and how much experience that they have. So it can be misconstrued. A lot of times I've had this kind of issue where they don't necessarily tell me their age, but I kind of talk about age. And age is very important to me because it provides a context of where's your headspace at. Are you a 30 person who's biological, but you love to frolic and be free like a younger person? Or it gives like a bit of context. And for me, obviously, I've already shared this all the time. I'm 38. I typically act like a mid 20-year-old most of the time in public now, but I used to be like a 18-year-old who act like a 60-year-old, right? So it's kind of all over the place. Like back when I was a teenager, I basically might as well get ready to own a restaurant and run the restaurant for the rest of my life. That's more like the mentality that I had back in the day. Interesting. 30 in 8 months. 30 is an impressive amount of experience. And that, in my opinion, means that you have lots of things to share, right? Or, keep to yourself, obviously. But it does mean that there will be people who may look up to you, right? Or you can start thinking about the legacy you want to build permanently with the people you can relate to. At least that's how I feel about it. Anyways, let's finish this up. Let's not lean too much on age. What makes you particularly feel old on the internet? Like in the most recent thing that when you heard it on the internet, you felt old. I have one, but I'm gonna wait to hear what your example is. Evolving slang mostly? Do you have a very specific one that happened recently? Like what's the most recent, or from the top of your head? I have one too. Let's see. This is what so Harry Potter is in the bathroom of the pawn shop, and it's so pep and dry. It's so pep and dry because it's during a drought that even the bathroom faucet doesn't have any water, and there's a bunch of cracks from the sun blisters in the roof as it pierced through. Right. Okay, and then we have two things. Pun. Bop was confusing when it's changed from describing something good to something bad. I didn't understand. Wait, bop is something bad now? Oh. Okay. I do feel like this is a bop. Like instead of saying this slaps, right? Like this slaps. Are you telling me if I say this is a bop, it's not the same as this slaps? Oh no. Oh no. I did hear you say the word hip. I used the word hip unironically. Like you silly spring chickens. What do you think I am? A hipster? And it wouldn't be like the new age hipster. It would be the old age hipster. The hipster that is like deviant. It changed on the fly. You don't know when or how. Oh, okay. All right. I'll give you mine. Just take a picture. And I'll give you some context. Just take a picture. It was in a scene in a show. And the little youngster was like 13 years old. And then they were talking to an adult who was like maybe 40 or something. And the kid was like, why don't you just take a picture? And the adult was like, what do you mean, why don't you just take a picture? It's like, don't you have a smartphone? I'm like, Nani? So the character itself actually carries like a dumb phone. So that is the age we live in now. When I was 13, smartphones were not permitted in school. Any form of phones were not permitted in school. In fact, you can barely have calculators out when you're not using them. Like electronic devices are not. Here's one. Here's another one. A college campus. This was specifically Gen V. So the show on Amazon, Gen V, of the boys, right? And there's a very big stereotype that happens a lot. And how do I know I'm old? Is that the stereotype often shows like an auditorium, right? Actually, I could probably draw a perspective on. So you have like one row and another row and another row and then the board, right? And then a person standing at the board. But at these every row, you know, you have people seated, right? And they would all have computer screens, laptops of their own. And then, you know, you have water bottles with laptops, right? I grew up at a time when laptops are not even in those hallways. Like bringing a laptop to class? What is that about? Yeah, when I was in college, no laptops. In fact, I'm not even sure water bottles were allowed. Like beverages in class? What is this nonsense? That's pretty much my like internet making me feel old situation. Times have changed. In fact, here's one more about school. I do a lot of school things. I read that recently in my area there is consideration to re-ban smartphones in the classroom. Now I'm not only old when smartphones became a norm for it, there's a consideration to ban them to go back to the old times. Oh yeah, like D-banned. It got D-banned, so now it's gonna get banned for the first time. That's how old it's been. Like that's how far we've come. Oh, here's one. Here's one that we may have to look forward to in the future. So human behavior. Here's one that is a fun hot take. Human behavior is kind of bicyclic. I don't know how to say it otherwise. Bicyclic, as in when a generation is separated, like say like generation A, B, and C. When the generation is separated by one generation, sometimes even two generations, these current generations desire something that's 2 generations back. So in another, now this is going to be fun to look forward to. When I turn 50, Gen Alpha will be officially 2 generations away from my current generation. And so far, the transition between Gen Z and Gen Alpha is a desire to go back to a time right before the millennial period started in the United States. So if you live long enough and you experience long enough, like if you live for another 20 years, which I hope we all live healthily for the next 20 years, you will go through a period of time where the kids think you are the edgy unk or the edgy auntie. That is when, like, for now, coincidentally, I just happen to be Chinese, but an Asian, which kind of makes me a hip source in a sense. But at some point, culturally, within a country, right, humans tend to have enough separation where they start going and look to bring back something from a generation. So if you live to be like 40 or 50, there's going to be a second golden age, a lot of times, a second golden age of the things you like being the things that are trendy. And it's getting close to happening for the millennial generation in the United States. So things like CDs and dumb phones and watches that aren't smartwatches and plain jeans and tees and music. So I don't know. I just thought that's an interesting thing to look forward to when one becomes older. You start like, here's one last thing. I know I keep saying one last thing. It's kind of like the mantra of my stream. When I say one last thing, I don't really mean one last thing most of the time. Here's one fun thing to look forward to, or maybe not forward to, or laugh about. Generationally, things come in cycles. So if you like something now, if you like something like a content, right? If you like a video game series or something, or a music series, if that music producer and that series is popular enough, what happens is, in order to figure out when you have outlived a new generation in targeting, you would have another series of remakes and re-releases. So I talked about this with other people before. It's like, man, why is everything getting remastered now? And my answer to them immediately is because now you are 25 years old. You are no longer 13. So now that you are almost 26 years old, there's a new generation of kids that are getting the exact remix of everything that you liked, but in for them. So every 13-ish to 15-ish years, or usually 18 guarantees most of it, for every 18 years you're going to live, because of the pace of how content works in this day and age, the post-internet age, you will experience a repackaging of the thing you experienced subsequently from that generation. So look out for, if you're saying like you love this game, look out for the remake in another 13 years. Usually around 10 years. I think it's a little accelerated now. So every 10 years you're expecting a remix of a repackaged thing that would be targeted towards the new generation. So you could take that as you're getting old, or you're looking forward to the new remixes. So right now, soon, there's a game series that I really like. It's Okami, and it's getting remixed, and it's gonna be released probably around 13 or 15 years after the first one. K-pop Demon Remake 2030. Yeah, fictitious. I we'll talk about it. I hope. Oh, you can't wait for Okami? Yeah, Okami is amazing. Yes, Okami. I'm waiting. I am so looking forward to Okami. So, fictitious. I hope we live really healthily in the next, 5 to 10 years, and there's probably gonna be a K-pop Demon Hunter remake. Like right now, like for Disney, all of their movies are getting a remake. It might not be for you because they're all live action and stuff, but generational repeats. So that's something that I'm ready. I typically get ready for in a sense that I'm getting ready to understand that I need to reconnect with all of these things because the new generation will have a different perspective on this. Like, it's crazy to say this, but what else made me feel old? There was another example where I'm like, hey, did you watch this show before? And they're like, oh yeah, it's great. And they describe the one that is not the one I'm thinking of. I'm trying to think of a good example. I did this before to someone else. Someone who's much older. When I said like, hey, I really like Battlestar Galactica, right? And I was talking about the 2004 Battlestar Galactica. And that person was talking about the pre-1980s Battlestar Galactica. And this is a separation of 20 years-ish, right? And things are getting faster. So because of the amount of content that's being produced, now it's getting as short as 10 years before a new cycle happens. And right now, what is a cycle? All the PS2 titles. Alright, am I even a fan? I did ended up watching the old 1980s Battlestar Galactica afterwards. But now the PS2 era is back. So if you have lived as long as I have, which is pretty much everyone I know so far, if you have lived as long as I have, if you owned a PS2, and like as a 5-year-old or 6-year-old or even like a teenager, it is the beginning of the PS2 era again. So Okami, absolutely. And we have Onimusha, right? Onimusha, maybe Dino Crisis. This is Capcom's list. I'm thinking of the Capcom list, right? Street Fighter already still, Street Fighter's still going strong. Right, they already underwent a reinvention because Street Fighter was one of my childhood things, but that was the Genesis era. But PS2, this era. You started with the PS3. I see. What would be a PS3 title that? I think PS3 era is like a couple years off still. What do you think would be a PS3 era game that would get remastered? Like right now, the game that I played now that's getting remastered from the PS2 era is Yakuza. Yeah, Yakuza Like a Dragon is the series that's undergoing remastering right now that I play. And Persona is the other series. I played one of my beloved games from the PS2 era is Persona 3. I technically bought it twice because I played FES as well. But yeah, and I missed the PS2 era of Yakuza. So now I'm playing it while it's being remade. I'm trying to I hope people are not misunderstanding. I'm trying to celebrate what it's like getting old. I think some people might feel like it's a bad thing. I honestly think it's one of the privileges of living a healthy life, or healthy enough in which like that is one of the things that happen. It's one of the things that is hard to grasp for anyone who's younger than you until you've lived long enough to witness these things. And yes, sure enough, people have different reactions to seeing these things. But seeing a dumb phone be hippie, like kind of edgy again, like, hear me out. I heard from a tech channel, like this is from a tech channel, adding the QWERTY keyboard back to the phone sounds like a novel idea. How long ago was that? It's approximately 20 years ago. So now there's like, hey, isn't this such a neat idea? Having a QWERTY keyboard on your phone? It's like, come on. Yeah, that was a generation ago, for sure. Like a solid 18 years at least with the QWERTY keyboard. It's a thing. It's a thing. There's like a phone where the bottom half, it's like Blackberries. It basically reminds me of Blackberries. You started with Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. Ah, Assassin's Creed remakes are on their way soon. I have no doubt that there will be an Assassin's Creed remake. That's probably, unless Ubisoft tanks, but I don't know. But technically, you did have a Wii when you were 11. And the N64. Has there been a Mario 64 remake yet? I don't think so. We need phones to go back to being super small. Oh yeah, that's kind of a push right now. Getting phones back to being small. Yeah, actually, fictitious. They're doing one even more. They're trying to replace. Right now, the current push is to remove the phone entirely. That's like what the tech giants want. They want to remove the phone entirely. So the idea is wearable frames, right? Augmented frames, and that's coming into fruition right now. The most recent frames are looking pretty decent now. So they just want to remove people's hands from the phones entirely. Yeah, haven't you seen a transparent iPhone? Yeah, right now the Meta glasses, not necessarily referencing to Facebook's Meta glasses, but augmented reality frames are instead of making a super small phone, they're just gonna remove the phone entirely and just attach the phone to your eyeballs. You know, attach the functionality to your eyeballs, and then now you can never escape the doom scrolling. You can doom scroll while you're looking at the screen in front of you. It's like an off-axis screen, so you slightly look down on your peripheral vision, and then everything in front of you is still visible. So most of the systems now is you look slightly downward to see the augmented screen while with all the functionalities, and then you use your hand gestures to do that, or you use a vocal input, and then everything else is still unclouded. So weird. I'm ready for this. In case you're wondering, what's a great example of if you're saying like, oh wait, but hardware doesn't go back, does it? Mini Super Nintendos, mini Famicons, right? Mini Sega Master Systems, right? Mini Game Boy devices. But now we're in the era of Steam Decks. Mobile gaming is back. How long ago was mobile gaming? 20 years ago. Dude, which one am I talking about? PSP 20 years ago was one of the heights of mobile devices for gaming. Fast forward another 20 years, and now we're at the dawn of a new revolution to bring back mobile gaming. PSP was ahead of its time, or it was just the PSP. Yeah, it was so poorly looked upon 20 years ago. I owned the very first PSP. I still have the PSP upstairs in the first like Pelican case that they produced. And the first game I had was Ridge Racer. It was a launch title. It was one of the launch titles for the PSP, the PSP 1000 model. I still have it upstairs. And it was 20 years ago. It's so funny. Okay. That's enough geeking out. Like in 20 years, if I'm still learning language, here I'm gonna call hot take here. I'm gonna give it another 10 years before someone says flashcards are the best way to learn a language. Or like it's going to happen, in my opinion. These things are cyclic because humans have to go through rediscovery through human experiences. So it's not like we can pass on our actual emotional experiences. Like art is going to come back around to another renaissance because humans can't transfer those experiences. They can record the experiences and educate future things. However, from a creative standpoint, when you're thinking about like conveniences and value, sentimentalism, they can't be transferred. So they come in cycles, and especially music, artwork, movies, like entertainment, sentimental creativity comes in waves. And living long enough, you kind of see, you can appreciate the wonders of how humans keep perpetuating cycles of nostalgia and retreading and nostalgia and retreading. Obviously, I'm not talking about other things, like the objective things, like the sun will be still aging, the earth will still continue to age, but human creativity and enjoyment will likely cycle, because there's no way to transfer and persist that. There's some great written science fiction shows that hypothetically, what if humans do continue to age indefinitely and have those? And those are some grim takes on it. Like, I'm genuinely curious what would happen if lifespans get substantially longer, right? Here's a crazy one about living in the age we live in now. Imagine that back in the lifespan of, the history of human history, being 30, like almost 30, and then I'm almost 40, right? There are more humans that haven't lived long enough to see 2 generational cycles in creative thinking than the current modern times. If you think about it that way. You fantasize about becoming immortal all the time. That's fair enough. But think about that for a moment. It's so crazy. Like, when you live to 30 and you live to 40, you can appreciate the idea that you have lived through 2 creative generational cycles. And the generational cycles used to be just that. It's contained within itself. So most people did not see more than 1 generational cycle in like content or things. So it's really interesting now to see how pretty much everyone is able, like a large average of the human population, able to witness what happens when content exceeds multiple generation cycles. So now we're at this really weird situation where, why does it feel like everything is a sequel? Why does it feel like everything is an iteration of another thing creatively? It's wild. And this is perpetuated by the accelerated rate of how we consume content as well. And I think that's super neat. It's neat and kind of scary at the same time, obviously, but and then we're getting an even faster acceleration of iteration because we have AI slop now. How do you accelerate it even faster? Have something that's immediately released, and then a copy of it and iterate of it immediately can be produced. Now we don't have to wait 5 years. We're gonna wait 1 year. That's nuts. I think somewhere humans are gonna be like, I'm not emotionally ready for this, so we're gonna deliberately start to slow down and delay iterative creative cycles. I think that's what's going to happen. if I had a really fun little wager with myself for my future self, I think content creation is going to be deliberately moderated so that creative cycles take place still. Like there's a creative period of cycle. Yeah, I think it's pretty much already happening in general, because the accelerated rate, the faster we accelerate, the more we're going to get stuck on a creative cycle. Like you're going to be entrapped into a creative cycle that doesn't enter a time of exploration. So exploration doesn't occur on a grander scale, right? Enough to shift creative preferences. So at some point it's going to reach saturation and everything will feel same. They will start to feel and blur completely together. And that is one thing that I think humans are facing possibly for the first time, where humans are getting closer and closer to a singularity in terms of creative liberties and eccentricity. So humans no longer stay disconnected or isolated long enough to not feel like they always are connected from a creative standpoint. So then there's no, I don't know, Van Goghs, right? And Mozarts and Picassos and things like that. It doesn't happen anymore because humans are no longer isolated, or they have no circumstances that create different forms of discovery and paths. I look forward to seeing how the current generation plays out. Like, how does Gen Z and Gen Alpha play out into their advanced adulthood? Because I feel like I will at least live long enough to witness that. For myself, I can do things bad intentionally for fun, right? I grew up in a generation where you can still be good by being bad because you're not connected with the bigger world. You are often doing things to your best of your ability without knowledge of what the best is in the millions of iterations. You do bad, but you still do good. You go to different ponds and you dabble and dip in different ponds. It's not an ocean that everyone occupies. And then now we have one of the first generations, Gen Alpha. Gen Zs are a little bit on the outskirts because there is some period where social media hasn't like unified or created this ocean that everyone occupies, or like a substantial. But Gen Alpha is, they were born in the ocean. So like creatively, they are creatively born in the ocean. And I wonder if, and the thing that I agree with you that's it's already happening is because there's kind of like a stopgap now where you're trying to encourage, I do this myself, to encourage younger people, much younger, to explore, take like exploratory self-discovery observational things. Because if you're given all the information up front, then there's no reason to explore and be curious anymore. When you're younger, you take in all that information like a sponge, and then how are you going to learn to enjoy anything? Or like no mistakes, right? What is being happy with your human capacities, like all that other stuff. Even like interact with like sadness and the portrayals of accomplishments and hurdles and that stuff all gone out the window. So I'm genuinely seeing the contrast between Gen Z and Gen Alpha right now. Millennials still do the goober things. Like, if you ever get someone, when someone, you know, like a Gen Z or Gen Alpha, someone who's really connected to the internet, come up to a millennial and say, why are you doing it like that? It's kind of neat and I kind of vibe with it, but why are you doing it like that? Why don't you just do it the right way to get more results? And the millennial would typically say, why not? I mean, this is the way I learned it, so I guess, but I don't really care if it's the best way. Like that's one of the biggest segregations between a world that's constantly connected versus a world where sometimes you didn't care what other people were thinking and doing. You just did it because that's what you were used to doing. And then now we're living in a generation where Gen Alphas kind of find that appealing, where like the whole point, the things that they find attractive and appealing are people who don't do what everyone else is doing. And not because they're the best at it, they're the most efficient at it, or they're objectively they're the weirdest at it. As in, hey, I really like this grandma who's playing Call of Duty because she's old and she does things. I'm like, okay. Like, well, yeah, because there was a time when people, it was literally a grandma, but there was a time when people did their own thing, largely because there wasn't an example of it. It's not that the example doesn't exist, is that when you're in isolation, you start doing things the way you want to do them, and how they turn out, they could be better at that weird way than the way where everyone is learning from one source. So like, how do you hold your smartphone right now? I can tell you now, I still don't hold my smartphone the way other people hold their smartphone. Or like, how do you hold your pen, for example? Oh, here's a good one, and this is gonna be my last one for sure. I promise this is gonna be my last one. How you hold chopsticks. I can tell you now, even the way people hold chopsticks, it's not as exciting anymore. Think about it for a moment. The new generation, when they have to learn something, they're gonna go online and they're gonna find the top trending ways. And it's the title of that video is probably, this is the correct way to hold chopsticks. Now you might be thinking you're gonna get multiple videos with people holding different chopsticks. And I would agree with you, sort of, for now. It was definitely true 2 years ago, right? It was definitely 2 years ago. It would have been very different. There would be multiple examples of the way you hold chopsticks. But in this day and age, only 2 years later, there is one incredibly standardized way that people say is the correct way to hold chopstick. So if you go to an Asian American restaurant or any restaurant in your country, or even go to China and Japan, you might still see that. But when someone needs to learn how to hold a chopstick, you're gonna get less and less variation. What you can definitely pick out who didn't learn chopsticks from the internet, because they are more likely to have a variation. They just hold the chopstick the way they were able to use the chopstick to their benefit. My sister holds the chopstick different from me, and we grew up in the same household. Because there wasn't a dictation or standardization of these idiosyncrasies. So artwork, that's what happened to AI. Oh, okay. I'm gonna stop there because I already made that jest. Okay. We're not gonna go into how artwork has become standardized. I will leave it with a very positive note. There is a silver lining to all of this. It also means people have clarity of each other. Standardization makes things clearer. Holding a chopstick a specific way allows other people to compare and help each other with how to hold a chopstick. So if everyone is normalized to the same way to hold chopstick, it creates a standardization that allows other people to communicate and relate to each other. It also removes the ability for people to hold chopsticks differently and still be able to use chopsticks. That was a thing of the past. Gen Alpha no longer experience these things as often as Gen Z, and sure as heck way less than millennials. I know how to hold my chopstick the way I hold it, and it's irrelevant what people say how to hold chopsticks online, because my life came before standardization of the internet. Right. An extra bonus thing. You can think wrong and learn wrong now. Think about it for a moment. Hot take. All right. Okay, let's go over the two things. So pun. I gotta really work on pun. We need like a different example for pun. This was hope for, right? And then we have Yu. What the Yi? Oh. Was it really Slender Man? No, it wasn't Slender Man. Wait, it was. And in the storehouse, right? Or armory. I'm gonna have to check this. This is pleased. Oh no, I think it's tree actually. No, it's soul. That's what threw me off. Soul. Alright, let's correct these and then we'll head off. I got things for days. Alright. I got content. I got yap for days. I'm the Yap Lord. The way we get so sidetracked is funny. Yeah, it happens on a daily basis. Maybe one of these days I'll introduce you to Procall. Procall sometimes he's busy like trying to ace and do his university stuff. Occasionally on weekends he'll pop up. He's from the UK, so typically when he has like long nights or like just party nights or things that keep him up, we would yap like this. We would be talking about like funny little idiosyncrasies and political and religious and existential stuff that differs between his culture, his cultural background, he's English, and you know, the American, Asian, whatever that is, background. It sounds funnier than it sounds right now because like politics, religion, how's that funny? But there's also Star Trek. I'm kidding. Okay, alright. So how do we do this? Patrick Bathroom Pawn Shop. He hosts for some section. Oh, I use section. Oh, for some section of secondhand that catches his eye. Oh. Alright. How about we embrace the fins, right? Because I was doing the fins. Fins and sword? Oh no, but I don't want to do sword. So it's section, okay. Is it a bathroom of the pawn shop? Maybe like taking a breather from looking, which is I, right? At different sections of the store for a gift for SpongeBob. SpongeBob that he hoped he would like. It's about the same. I should have thought of section. I'm no longer using fins and sword. Fins and sword is too unwieldy. And then we have pleased. This one kind of sucks. His armory of cards, right? So Yugi is inside the house where his soul was pleased to see that his armory kept his cards safe from the recent break-in. I think these are okay. I just happened to forget them. Oh, we'll leave it for that right now. We've yapped enough today. Alright folks, that's a wrap for HanziHero today. We're gonna watch this later. 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along. Pick up HanziHero for yourself. Give it a try. Let me know what you think. And you're always welcome to Yap. Yap is bread. Yap is butter, right? It goes down smooth. I don't know where I'm going with this. You're always free to come on by, yap a bit, keep each other excited in their lives, you know, motivate each other to share things. Sharing things is wonderful. It gives an incentive to be interested in your life, right? Yes, it can be tough in the beginning and people are always vague. We try to be vague. Like, I'm gonna take one from Tessa. Saying you like a lot of things. I'm sure all of us do like a lot of things. It's the sharing that makes you start to, in my opinion, encourage each other to like the details in them. Because we can start with one detail and then we can go in another detail so that a lot can be built up. We start with something small, something recent, so that people will be very excited in their lives. Like when I watch YouTube videos, I think about all the people I interact with. So whenever I watch a video, I'm like, Letitia's might like this. Share, right? So without having to rely on massless, large groups of people, you can start forming smaller networks. And those networks can make life very interesting. Like the next time you go on a walk, it can be more interesting than going on a walk for all the reasons that you have. You can find reasons. You notice something like, oh hey, I kind of thought about you today. This is what I thought of. I saw this video and I thought you might like this video. I'm totally gonna link some French Canadian things at some point. Anyways, that's what I wanted to illustrate. Yes, Yap is kind of unrelated to language learning, but we kind of made it related to language learning. More about that next time. You're always welcome. So until next time, 大家下次见。感谢观看. Thanks for watching. Catch you guys on the next one. It will be same schedule tomorrow. Until then, stay safe, stay healthy, and catch you guys on next. Bye bye.